Good morning, everyone. Hope you guys had a fantastic evening and a fantastic night's rest. We've got work to do today. No work to do. I want to get all three of the other Clawglyphs done for the three remaining casts. More stuff to put in and everything. Yeah. Holy shit. Right. See, is there anywhere I want to do a preview here? Or do I want to save a preview for some other time? I didn't get much writing done because I was focusing so much on doing the Clawglyphs and doing Project Gorgon's full moon events. Full moon. Because I need 2 more to get done. Work to do. Sauron wants you to make an army worthy of Mordor? Yeah. Oh my goodness sakes. I wonder if there's a way for me to... Dude, I also need to come up with a way, like a new name. I don't know if the trifecta works as well, you know? So I don't want to do tri-8because, well, for obvious reasons. Yeah. I guess for anyone that hasn't seen it, let me... come over here. Image slideshow. The Clawglyphs. Because we'll be adding to it over time. Okay. Now let's grab... add directory. Go to the desktop. Add Clawglyphs. Okay. Alright. That's huge! Made it huge! It's also in the wrong spot. Pew, 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 pew. Pew. There we go. Background, first off. Looks nice. Second off. There we go. They were huge! Huge! Put them over here. That's what we have. We have the 2 so far. Move it away from the top. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so those are the 2 ones we have done right now. The Yalderskald and the Wrecker. They're a little too quick on the things. Let me adjust that. Time between slides. Let's increase that to 4,000 to double it. Yeah. And for anyone that doesn't know, the Clawglyphs are basically how the Wolverine mark things. So, using just the claws they have, right? So you got to imagine if you're doing writing, you're just using like your fingernails, essentially. That's what Clawglyphs are. That's what we'll be working on today. So we have the 3 other ones that need to be worked on today. The Damari, the Guthi, and the Speya. I'm going to make some fine-tuning adjustments and editing for it. The Goothy's the one that I'm... I need to redo this part here. Because it's too, like, chaotic. Or what it is. It's supposed to be like, if you had time, you do the writings, right? That's go same for over here. I'm also wondering if this gets the idea of spiritualism across, you know? Or I could take it up to 5 claw marks. So, 5 movements. Because this is movement 1. This is movement 2. This is movement 3. What if I did this, but then did one, like, from this angle, and then one from this angle? You know what I mean? I would have made it a triangle thing. I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think, Thunk, what would be the most effective. For getting across that it is a spiritual matter. Yeah. So, first one we gotta do. That was this one, easy peasy. Well, it's gonna be a triangle like this. So you can imagine this. Hold on, I'll show. In essence, think like this, here, and tilted. Give me a second one. Yeah, they're both going to be that way no matter what. There we go. And then one down like this. I think it's a little silly, but, you know. I'm just trying to think of, like, ways to make it more emphasis that it's spiritual in nature. Remember, the original that we have, again, it'll look different because it'll be this claw scratches like you see in the claw marks here up above my head. By the way, the reason the claw glyphs took so long is because they're all by hand. There's no, like... I tried to get a brush to make it easier, but all the brushes come in, like, pre-designated, like, slashes and everything. It's very frustrating. So, I said do everything by hand. That's what we're going to do today as well. We're going to do everything by hand. Oh my goodness sakes. Alright, let's start with the Domari. I feel like the Domari is going to be the most frustrating one. I do know a change I want to make here. I'm going to make this, instead of one hand claw movement, we're going to make it two claws. And we're going to extend it out to be more like... Oops. Extend it out to be more circular in shape. Because that is the eye for, or the iris for wolves. They're much more circular in shape. So yeah. First things first. Layer 2.
You hear about the war?
Oh. Well wishes. Hope you're having a lovely day. I am indeed. Thank you very much, Amelia. Yeah, right now we're discussing the thing we got to work on, which is we got to work on the Clawglyphs for the setting and everything. Clawglyphs are how Wolverine write down everything. If you're familiar with World of Darkness, it's kind of the similar concept. But these are the two Clawglyphs we've got done right above my head. Oh, that one's for the Wrecker, and the other one you saw was for the Yalderskald. So, Yalderskald. Now we're doing one for the Domari, the Guthi, and the Speya. And we've already got all the stuff in Obsidian as well loaded up. So again, we're just plonking away in Obsidian, marking in everything. We got to fill out all the webs and stuff. Yeah, I've had Wolverine in my writings for a long time, but here, now we're putting everything in concrete and stone, right? Everything is being, like, this is the foundation we can call back to, I can hand out and everything. So yeah, everything now being put in stone. Again, there's more of this page that's got to be filled in as well. Like what the Wolverine feel about all the different species and everything like that. Okay. So anyways, let's work on... let's work on the Domari. What I think I'm going to do is I also think I'm going to make this, like, I need to redo this and make it using the circles. First and foremost. Because we want to have the same curvature as the outer circle. Okay. And then the next one up.
Who are you then?
Oh, well, thank you very much for that. That follow is highly appreciated. Hopefully you enjoy your time while you're here. We've been doing a lot more book work, so yeah. Oh, well, mine's technically a jumbled mess of stuff. I mean, look at my Obsidian. It's not, you know what I mean? We don't have most of this stuff marked in yet. Right? We just have links heading out towards where they should go. And we get into all kinds of stuff like that, like the different spirit magics, the rankings for spiritual powers and everything. We've started the Wrecker. Yeah, Ulf Hefner, I don't know why it's marked as having stuff. It doesn't yet, but just... You know, Ulf Hefner's in. The 5 forums have been started. We got a long way to go. Okay. Down here. So I'm wondering why I'm just redoing everything we've already had done. That's actually because if I have them on different layers, I can actually, like, tweak things and organize things better. So then, see, when I get rid of the background, we still have all of our stuff, like, set up right. Oh, it's going to get there. It's going to get there. We're starting to get where I need to have Merax's teachings in, because they are aligned to Meraxis. We need to work on Manny. We need to work on the demonic realms, what the divine realms actually are, where it's a mixture of both. Divinity is just, doesn't have good or evil. A lot of things divine are considered good. In fact, there's a whole branch of magic called divine magics, and that gets into the whole 11 magics we have to get into as well. And what contradictory magics are. Yeah, so now what we can do, so layer 4. Okay, so it cuts it right there and there. Chunk. Yep, yep, yep. Perfect. Oh, yeah. And I don't know if I want to mark down what the planet name is yet. Because the planet name in the setting okay, and come down here. Okay. The planet name in the setting isn't as important for the purposes of Obsidian, right? We could make mention of it as being a thing, but it's not as important, right? Because Wolverine are a multiversal species. Same thing with the dragons and everything, the Dracoran, the Drakine, the Drakmolkine. They're all multiversal. The particular setting that Guardians of Nature takes place in is more of a contemporary setting. Okay. Boop. What I might actually do, I might actually carry on the scratch. Like, I might start the scratch properly out of it and then have them kind of carry in through a bit to just make it look a little more messy. Fucking hell. Words. Words. How do word good? I guess for those who are just joining us, Wolverine are werewolves. But they're not traditionalized werewolves. There are traditionalized werewolves for those who are curse afflicted. But that is specifically the curse of the Wolverine. That is the curse they can put on people as a basically fuck you for messing with them. And it also reinforces the negative stereotypes that the Wolverine want. It gives the wrong impressions, right? Because curse-afflicted Wolverine are affected by the Bane of Silver. Normal Wolverine are not. Silver in my setting is the metal of truth. So, magics that involve a lot of like truthfulness and stuff like that, or getting at the heart of a matter, or getting to the truth of a matter, they use silver. Wolverine, if they're stabbed by silver, it's just silver. So it's kind of weak, malleable metal. Right? It's not very effective as a weapon. When somebody who's curse afflicted, a false ulfer, is affected, hit by silver, it is a horrifying, like, caustic, burns them and sears. You hear it sizzling and crackling and popping. Because it's a falsehood. Wolverine simply are. So, silver doesn't affect Wolverine at all. However, silver is the metal of truth. In the reflection of silver, a Wolverine will always show as their full Wolverine form. So they will always show as the werewolf in the reflection of silver. Because that is their true form. Whereas the curse afflicted will show as their true form, which is whatever their original humanoid form was. So in a weird twist and a bit of a 180, false Ulfer, aka the curse afflicted, can go past silver mirrors or can be checked in silver's reflection and they'll look fine. Normal Wolverine, who don't suffer the Bane of Silver, however, cannot go past silver mirrors. And we already talked about that in the book already when Michael in the first chapter, because it follows Jennifer Woods, and Michael again makes fun of her name for that, but she makes fun of his name for that too. Um, she has a silver mirror, which again, mirrors used to be made out of silver until they changed over to aluminum, just for cost effectiveness and everything like that. She had a silver mirror in her pocket for her makeup kit. Let's switch over. Where do we want to start? Again, for everyone else that's been here before, this is a bit of a re-talk. We've already talked about this section of the book, but we'll redo this section just for now because it's pertinent to the conversation we're having. Oh, speaking of, given the conversations, the trip didn't seem so long, and the truck eventually pulled into the visitor center. It was still dark at night, many hours before the center would be open to the public, but Michael offered to let her come in and crash on a sofa. In the morning, she would call a tire company to come out and swap out her tire, and in the meantime, she could go and visit the wolves until they arrived. Michael finished unhooking the car, and then with Jennifer steering, helped push it into a parking spot. "Right, lass. I can't offer nothing for food. Save what you can get from the vending machines, but feel free to get comfy. I'll radio the other rangers and let them know what happened proper." Jennifer smiled at him and gave a nod before she retrieved the makeup kit and opened it. Hang on, let's pull this over here so I can see you guys in chat more. Yeah. Okay. So, go over that one more time now that I moved the script. Jennifer smiled at him and gave a nod before she retrieved the makeup kit and opened it. Michael then returned the nod and slowly wandered past her, starting to unlock the doors to the visitor center. She closed her eyes for a time and smiled to herself, for even if she kept to the boring tour, she already had an amusing story. As she opened her eyes and looked to the mirror in the makeup kit, she froze for a second, then narrowed her focus and stared intently at it. Quickly, her head turned to look at Michael, who was slowly wrangling some keys and had his back turned to her. She checked the reflections in the glass and all seemed normal, but when she turned her focus back to the makeup kit and held the mirror up, her eyes went wide. There, standing at the door, was a wolf-headed thing, slowly wrangling something. Its outline a haze as it started to unlock the doors before it turned to activate a radio on its shoulder. "Andrea, this is Michael. Do you read me? Over." "Yeah, Mike, yeah, I hear you. Go ahead, over." "Ran into a lass in trouble in the woods. Got her car to the visitor center. She's gonna crash here for the night. Name's Jennifer Woods. Over." Fitting name. "All right, I'll get her added to the notations and let the others know. Over." "Sounds good. Heading back out momentarily. Over and out." Jennifer kept staring at the mirror and the thing now looming behind her as it drew nearer. She had a mix of emotions on her face, the impossibility of it and the situation as a whole. The thing stood behind her and tilted its head. "Lass, you all right?" Michael stopped talking as his eyes looked now directly at the mirror held up and saw his reflection, his true reflection. "When you said a wolf was nearby, you really meant it, didn't you?" she said, and then she slowly lowered the mirror and looked at the ranger intently, who scowled some and furrowed his brow. "A silver mirror? Not very common these days. Hard to plan for." Michael ran through the scenarios in his mind. The worst part was he had just called in her name and that she was present at the visitor center, and the cameras inside would show he was there with her. The timing was incredibly terrible. Clearly the work of spirits. No doubt in his mind. "Well, lass, this presents a rather significant You look so cool!" The woman's words stunned him for a moment, and he then traced his thinking right back to the earlier revelations of the evening. She was a weirdo through and through. Wolfmen are real! Wolfmen are real! Jennifer quickly brought the mirror up and looked at it again, staring at the wolf with red fur and blue eyes, now looking back at her with incredible annoyance. Yet she didn't seem to mind as she got up and stepped forward, even drawing a hand up to try and touch his face, which Michael stepped back from. Spirits, grant me strength. He had no concept of how he would handle the situation now. What choices had he now been boxed into? As he took a deep breath and looked up at the night sky, he saw some spirit birds flying overhead and made the conscious choice that this was entirely their fault. There we go. Picked up a good twin-stick shooter RPG, The Ascent. Your cyberpunk corpo just went bankrupt and everyone is struggling to survive. Ooh. That sounds pretty good. Well, let's pull that back over. Yeah, like I said, yesterday I didn't get much writing done. We're only 61 pages still. Oh, excuse me. Because yesterday I was focusing on making the Clawglyphs. Like, again, I made the two that are above my head right now. We're working on the third one, then we have the fourth and the fifth. And that'll do all the casts. Then I gotta do one for all the forms. And then we need to do tribal Clawglyphs at some point, so yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me switch back over for you guys. Right. So we just did this one. I'm gonna do this one now. I'm debating on if I want to make this bar a dual claw movement, because this is single claw. I'll show you what dual claw would look like. So if I did dual claw movement, I would have it like stretch out like this. So here, whoops, come down here, get rid of that. You know what I mean? So it looks more like this is a hanger thing, but I don't know if that's necessary. That seems like it might be a bit excessive, right? Oh, and like I said, I'm gonna carry the scratch through here at the bottom. Yeah, so if I did dual claw, it would be like this. Out to the other side. That was a mistake, because I don't know where the cup is. Boop. This would be kind of like that, right? But I think that's too excessive. So, again, what it is right now versus if I did dual claw. And I think dual claw is too excessive. I think it adds too much to it. This is much simpler, straightforward. So. All right. This one, though, is a dual claw movement. It's going to be both of them with the pointer finger out to make the two cups. Which are supposed to be like the scales, right? Only, what we're going to do this time is, this one I think looks nicer. So I'm going to match this one. We're going to copy it, move it over to the other side as well, and then merge the two together. Okay. So that, I'm going to copy it, paste. Come down, get rid of our background. Yeah. We take this. I want to deselect. Alright. Like that. you. Move it over there. I think that's a bit more towards the middle. Okay. And then we'll remember, we'll extend out the circle. We'll extend out the circles to have the claws cross the line a little bit. Because the first movement is one claw into a second and third claw, and then you eventually remove the second and third claw before you finish the final swipe up to represent the moon. Alright, now that all those pieces are out and separated, we now begin the process. And the process is very simple. I come in here, I switch over to the paintbrush, I make it 25, and we just do this right over the top of the line. And I want it to be janky and jagged and not look perfect, because we're going to carve away at it with the eraser and everything. Bulge it out a little bit. Okay. See? Janky, jagged, looks messy, intentional. Come in with the eraser. Then we kick it all the way down to 6. And now we begin the carving process. Shave it. Shave it. Okay. And then we want to follow the curve back towards what it was. Okay. This one went good for a while. Maybe a little bit of jagginess here. Carve up in. Carve up in. Little bumps out here. A little bit of jankiness here. It's where my shaky hand actually comes in handy. Hey, Grindness, good to see you. I don't want to do it too much. So even if it's here, and I'm making it jaggy there, just because, even though it's going to be covered by this line, you have no idea how the jagginess is going to work here, right? You have no idea how it's all going to be cut up and carved up there. More smooth with it. Okay. Reflection back. Carve out a bit here. No. Wrong way. Wrong way. Where are these ones from? Where are you from, sir? What layer is this possibly on? Oh, there we go. Oh, this one must be this layer then. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Alright, this is a little too fat. So what we're going to do, we're going to carve this down more. Jaggedy. We lost those couple indents here. That's fine. Put them back. Alright. So first one's done. Oh, thank you. Put that in there. Let's pull this up a bit. Okay. Cool. Given werewolves are cryptid, would it make it a cryptocurrency? Oh my god. Ah! Somebody throw a pillow at JoJo. Fucking terrible. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Okay. Let's pull another one down in here. Again, because we don't know what's going to happen here with this carving. Pull that one down in. Oh, your boss in the Ascent is hinting at some depth. Notorially, he's yelling at you, promises a bonus, then takes it away. He sounds legit worried about his turf post corporate collapse. And we'll see. We'll have to see. Play the game more and find out. Yeah. Okay. We're a little too chunky here still. Let's carve in more. That's too extreme. There we go. Nice little chunk out. Pull this more. Okay. Right. Now, next ones. We'll do the next circle in. So just back up to 25. Let's go a little bit past. And let's go ahead and put in the next layer too, so we can kind of judge how fat it all is. This one, just a eensy beensy bit past. Just a little more past it. Okay. Alright, this is supposed to represent the dark side of the moon, the light side of the moon. So, the half moon. Well. Down to 6. Carving time. Okay, remember, we're already on an upward sweep. So we still want this to kind of go upwards. A little bit more, maybe. Okay. You know, let's even drop this down to 4. Two sections where clawed out there. Past that bump. A little scrungly here. You don't need to acknowledge this terrible joke, Rhinus. No, let it die. Let it die. Let the joke die. Okay, we got some chunky here. Pull in a bit. Carve this away a bit more. Let's see. Come up here real quick. Keeping the upward sweep. Okay. You can't stop me. Oh, you want to bet? You want to bet? I'll fucking stop you. I'll stop you the only way I know how. Banned? No. The Wolverine of Wall Street. See, is that too extreme? No, that looks fine. Just bump a carve out here a bit. Well, it looks like it's kind of mirroring here. Just gonna have a catch. Just have a catch on this side as well. And curve it down. And scrungle it. Scrungly rungly. Here's a bit too uniform for my liking. And just a little bit in. This one be a little more severe in. Okay. Second one in. Nice, nice. Me, Wolf, why are you buying all the silver on the market? No reason. Now, another thing, too, to remember. What the fuck? I took a drink and it was like, made me lean all the way back. What the shit? Very strange. Oh. Now, a thing to keep in mind, originally, as I said, mirrors were made out of silver. But now they're more of a rarity because of materials cost and everything, right? So they make them out of aluminum instead. That's the backing for most mirrors. Well, some of the, like, special groups and societies will have discovered that Wolverine exists because naturally they will, right? Like, it's hard to keep something a secret, and the more modernized the setting is, it gets harder and harder. That's why Smiling Wolf Studios is going about things the way they are to literally create the furry fandom. To try to, like, act as like a padding for when the inevitable happens and the world figures out that, hey, there are those people that walk amongst us that aren't us. That's not good. As I can go back to the book real quick. As Jonathan says in when he's talking to Jerox, the dragon. Let's see. Let's start here. Slowly, Jonathan lowered the decapitated head of the Smiler into the spirit springs and watched as the water began to bring itself to a boil. I will concede the disciplined may be right in the long run, but I feel after Meraxes embraced Adoris's first son, all ancient histories of realms separated from your own, you have been slowly planting the seeds for the inevitable unveiling. The shroud can't remain forever. The world remembers when the dragons were first unveiled, a world on fire, nature barely hanging on. Your plan is a strange one, but seems to be bearing fruit. Thus, do not look so forlorn in your aims. You have kept your appetites in check, and those of the other tribe members under your tutelage and my service. Yeah. Promote extreme xenophile ideology. Essentially, yeah, again, as Michael confesses himself, the fact that Jennifer Woods is attracted to his wolf form, his true form, his Wolverine form, because she's attracted to it, she's more willing to listen when he says things, right? And so he has to concede, well, okay, but it's because they want to satisfy that urge. And Michael knows it's a weak excuse. Jonathan's like, so? They're still willing to listen, aren't they? That's better than them realizing that anyone around them could be someone different, getting out a bunch of guns and shooting everybody. So that's Jonathan's way to kind of, as I put it as a descriptor, he's watching as the world is standing, as if the world is a personification, is standing on the edge of a skyscraper and jumping off. And he's rapidly going out doing the fucking cartoon thing of throwing a pillow on the ground, then going getting another pillow, throwing it on the ground, getting another pillow, throwing it on the ground. He's slowly building up what he calls a cushion. And he hopes that when the inevitable happens, when the evidence cannot be denied, that his work will have basically softened the blow enough that the world will survive. Some of the vampires are doing the same thing from a different angle. They're not doing that sort of thing, but they're trying to softball things. There are members and clans of vampires that are trying to be more integrated with society. To be like, hey, you know me. You know, like, have I ever attacked you? Have I ever done anything to wrong you or anything? Like, no, I just have different appetites now. But the unfortunate thing, though, is if the vampires reveal themselves, the Wolverine are absolutely going to try to murder the shit out of them. Because the vampires are a sin against the natural order. You're supposed to be fucking dead, so be dead. And also, keep in mind, the Wolverine are literally the embodiment of good does not mean nice. Werewolves are committing hate crimes. Eh? I'll definitely come down to the, yeah, and are you going to stop us? Those things are supposed to be fucking dead. Ooh, this one's a big chunk. Hold on, let's carve it in like that. And carve away. I just realized something. Hold on a second. I gotta turn on. I love EVGA graphics cards. I really do. I hate the fact that they have the fan throttle on them. So I'm just hearing every now and then. Because it's not hitting the temp threshold to turn the fans on. And then it hits the temp threshold. It does a quick burst of air, which then lowers it past the temp threshold, so it turns off. Then it turns back on. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Just stay on. Just keep the fans on. Scrungus. There we go. Alright. So there we go. The first claw movement is done. Now we start on the next claw movement. Doesn't matter if we cover up our work or anything. Does not matter. I don't think we need to actually Oh, shoot. I forgot to switch over. Sorry, chat. Again, claw movement. First claw movements are done. Now we're working on this one. This one, I think, even though it bulges in, I'm going to have it curve out a little bit here at the end. Maybe straight. Do 5 on it. Yo. Carve you away. Carve you away. In a little bit. Carve it away. Okay. Okay. And in. Carve this down some here. Let's make this a little more scrungly. Okay. This bulges out here a bit, so. I'll catch here twice. That's a little too deep. It's better. Up like that too. Okay. I got the scratch down. Next. You gotta do the one all the way across. Fantastic. So yeah, the ultimate goal of the demonic, those that are demonically aligned. So the smilers, the demons, and everything like that. The smilers, the demons, the devils, all that stuff like that. Stuff that's demonically aligned. Is they want to take the world, right, for themselves. They want to bring the shifting hells and make the mundane plane the shifting hells as well. So they can have dominion over it. The problem with the demons and everything inherently is that they're all too self-interested. They're too selfish to work towards that goal together. And same thing with the Smilers. Again, the Smilers want to indulge in their like vices, their sins and everything, right? And that becomes very self-centered. It's very selfish of them. So that's why Smilers aren't really as organized as the other groups. It's why the Embracers and the Disciplined are far more effective against them because they don't have, or because they are organized in comparison to the demonic ones that aren't. And it's because there's no trust or goodwill or anything built there, right? It's all selfish needs. Okay, no, that's... I've had one start here. And technically go here. Let's start this claw movement. I'm trying to think, would it be easier to go from here to the right? Or from the right all the way to the left? Okay, we're going to shave it here. Yow. Yow. Okay. That's too deep in. That's better. Selfish chaos versus lawful discipline. Yep. So even though their ultimate goal is to corrupt and take control of everything, and again, bring the shifting hells to the mundane, because they're so selfish and self-interested, and there's constant backstabbing and things like that, because fuck you, got mine, they keep fucking things up. You know what? Hang on. I'm looking at this here. I gotta pull that in a bit too. Okay. I think that works. That's fine. I have a thick notch there. And a thinner one down here. Okay. Yeah, so the top bar down done. Now we just need to do the 2 cups. That should be a lot more easy peasy. So I'm thinking is left finger here, right finger here, and then scoop out. Right? Here's the main bulge, and then scoop out. Main bulge, and scoop out. So we're going to do 4. We want a bit of an upward sweep. Oh, I did them both on the same layer. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Ahem. Layer 7. That's that was silly of me. Okay, main bulge. Up. Now layer 8. Main bulge. Bulge. Right. Let's try this again. Shall we? Try again. 4. Okay. Okay. That's 1. Now go to the next layer. Good. I want to carve it up. That was too extreme. Nope. A little bit more. There we go. Got away from me there for a second. Okay. There we go. Let's come down here. Move it down a little more. This is kind of flat. So, a little bit in there, out, in, scrungle it. Okay. It's a little thick and flat here. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I like it. The Damari one is now done. Fantastic. I'm just gonna keep it like that. Yeah. I'll get that added to the Clawglyphs. So, whoop. I'm going to come up, merge all these layers. Delete the background layer. Let's see here. I need to basically sweep it down to a better size because that's a lot of unused space. Just chilling around, you know? Whoop. And it looks better if you try to get it to a, like, and I'll show you what I mean, like this. When you get it like this. When it's much more like there's a similar gap between the ends of everything, you know? It just looks nicer. It fits better and it's more centered whenever you post it. So, alright. File. Save as. Domari Clawglyph. Boom. Now, will that have changed in our thing? No, not yet. If I force it to? Nope. Yeah, it's not doing it. Change that. There we go. I had to change a thing on it. Sweet. Yep, so we got the Wrecker, the Domari, and the Hjalder Skald in now. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. I'll put that on the Discord as well. Okay. Perfect. Right. Next. Next, we're on to the Goothy. Ugh. So, first priority I need to do, again, recreate everything we've got here for the blueprint. Which, you know, that's easy peasy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm here, your eclipse already, thankfully. 15. Deselect. Okay, so there's the first one. I can see where it cuts off already, too. And it's technically over where it cuts, but I want the marks outside, you know? You can become a werewolf in Albion Online as well. But you need to have a staff that does it. Apparently, werewolf is super fucking strong. Apparently. Right, now, this is the one. Which one of these lines do I think looks the best for a cut across? I think none of you. I might just go whoop. And we'll do the outside one first. Okay, tilt it over at an angle a little bit. Over. Okay. Over a little bit more. Over. No, back that way a little bit more. Let's come here on you first. You over a bit. Hey, Threadnought. You just missed it. We finished the Clawglyph for the Damari. We're working on the one for this. What's up, Wolf Daddy? I mean, technically the dragons are above the wolves, so... Because of the compact between the Wolverine species and Meraxis. So, it fits. I'll take it. Okay, there's a very slightly movement on it. Actually, I don't know if this gives crescent enough. You know what I mean? So what if we do... Hold on. I'm think-thonking here. What if we do this instead? Hold up. Get rid of these. I'm going to show what I think instead. And what if we pull it intentionally Nope. Nope, we already got the barge one done. Here, I'll show you. Whoop. Right there. Yelder Scald. That one up there is the Yelder Scald. That one's the Wrecker. So you can see above my horns. That one's the Damari now. So, Yelder Scald, the Bards. Wrecker. And Damari. Back to what we were doing. So what if we do something like this, right? Instead of having a 4-claw movement, we have a 1-claw movement. So, one claw. We're going to have this one start up here, and you do the swipe around to make the moon. Then the next one will be starting from down here. So you finish here, then you start here, and then bring it back up to make the crescent. And again, depending on if you are waning or waxing, this is different. This is the waxing crescent. The waning crescent, which is the most famous one, which is just literally just take this and flip it, right? 180. What if we did something... There's something interesting we could do here. Hold on. What if we do this? What about that, chat? Again, we don't need to worry about being centered yet. We can centerize it when we finish and we do the carve and everything, right? What if we do that? So it's a 1 claw movement, a 1 claw movement, and then a 4 claw movement. So three claw swipes in total. And let's keep in mind where we came from. If I pull this all the way up now to the top. Okay. What we had before, we have now. Before, now. I think I like this more. I think I like this a lot more. I think I'm going to shorten this, obviously. So it's not all that far out. And we'll shorten this side as well. So here's what I think we'll do. All those are merged. Oh, wow, 1600? What the fuck? I don't know how you jump that high, that fast. Alright, but I think... Chunk. And a little bit more. Chunk. 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 Let's do chunk. Yeah. Yeah, I think that looks better. I think that looks a lot better. Right. So now let's get rid of these. Okay. Pull our background back down. Start with layer 2. Okay. Layer 7. Okay. Then layer 8. Oh no, sorry to hear that, Mouse. Yeah, we're working on the Theurge equivalent, aka the Guthi, right now. This is going to be their Clawglyph. We just finished the Damari one. So this is the Damari Clawglyph now done. We're working on the Guthi one right now. Yeah, headaches do suck. And again, all it is if you are a... so it's the same thing for the 3. So for the Hjalderskald, the Domari, and the Guthi, you just flip it 180, and that represents the other side. So I am doing everything from the waxing variant. So again, dark side of the moon, waxing variant, light side of the moon. Just flip it 180, and you'll have the other version. Then you have the waning variant of the Damari, the waning variant of the Hjalderskald, the waning variant of the Guthi. Right. So let's start our carving as we do at the tip. Whoop. Okay. To be a little more aggressive up. I think it's too aggressive. No. Like that. Yeah, better. Carve it down. Take down to 4. Scrungle. Scrungle. Bite out there. Another bite next to it. Oh man, somebody started cooking something and it's wafting into here. It's wafting in. Fuck. My stomach. Heed not the temptations. We're wafting here. Okay, this one's a little too chunky. like 'em big. I like 'em chunky. There we go. A little better. This one here too. Well, carve away at it a little bit more. I like 'em big. I like 'em chunky. Blech, blech. I'm actually the opposite. I don't like chunks. Not a fan of the chunks, unless the chunks are in very specific spots. They got a nice booty. I'm much more of a fan. If they got nice, big old baps, I'm very much a fan. Otherwise, I'm not a fan of Weezers. Now, I was discussing with Atka Kaluk, who was the leader of the Amberglade on the Final Night server. I was discussing with him some of the stuff the Domari get as well, and the Speya too, because the Speya are a lot of combat in this. And my setting is about the speed and efficiency of the combat, right? Wolverine are exceptionally durable. So, if you want to take down a Wolverine, you need to do so with incredible haste. It isn't about, like, oh, I hit him with a 50 cal. Now let me slowly... Let's unscrew the cap. Who get the new 50 cal in? Put it in the old one. Okay, screw the cap back in. It's like by that point, they've healed it. You have to do lethal damage rapidly. Very quickly. So combat is a lot more intensive, and there's a lot more, like, skills and things like that are about rapid death, or rapid capabilities to get to death when it comes to the Wolverine. For example, the Domari, the judges, can get an ability known as the Executioner's Block. That's only if they're, a really high-level Domari. A new basic bitch Domari is not going to have access to it. But Executioner's Block essentially is you channel this gift, and if you manage to touch the enemy with it, it forces them down onto all fours, and their head looking up and neck outstretched. Now, if you only just pass it, it takes 7 successes to successfully get the touch attack to work. That's pretty high success requirement. But if you do it, they're stunned that way for a round. If you get 8 successes, they're stunned for 2 rounds. 9 successes for 3 rounds, so on. As you can imagine, very fucking devastating to not be able to do anything there for 3 rounds if somebody gets 9 successes on you. There's a reason they call it the Executioner's Block. The other nicknames for it, of course, are the Headsman's, the Headman's Block, the Chopping Block. I mean, do you want Mouse to be in the Wolverine? Because he could be. I figure Mouse is definitely part of Smiling Wolf Studios. He's definitely not a member of the Discipline. There's no way. That does not fit Mouse's characterization at all. might be a little too extreme. Pull that back a bit. Scrungle it. Scrungle it. Pull in a little bit. Little bite out there. Scrungle it. Scrungle it. A little bite here. Oh, it's way too much of a bite. There we go. Scrungle. Again, we're not talking about World of Darkness mouse. Yeah. I definitely see mouse as being far more of an embracer. And like I said, I see mouse 100% being a part of Smiling Wolf Studios. I would think mouse is lust, because remember, Wolverine always have to take 2 sins. Right? Wolverine always take 2 sins. The first sin is guaranteed, which is the sin of wrath. Right? Which I'm thinking about. I like divine wrath because when you think of gods and divinity, you think wrath, right? You brought down the wrath of the gods on you. But the sin itself is also called wrath, and I'm like, I don't want to double up on it like that because it has 2 different meanings. So I always try to say it's like malice, hatred, things like that. But that's what all Wolverine have. They have the malice, hatred, rage. So that's one sin they have to take. The other sin is open to whatever, and I'd say Mouse's other sin is definitely lust, for sure. For sure. Let this be a little smooth here. Carve in here. Again, smooth and carve in on this side as well. Little bites. Little bites out of the thing. Now remember though, while they're not called the disciplined, they're called the embracers, they're still incredibly disciplined. The whole idea is that those that are part of the demonic become so selfish and chaotic that they're so self-interested that they can't organize together. The embracers still are disciplined. They just will indulge in their sin, and that's for morale purposes. Right? So it's one of the things where Jonathan confronts Michael, specifically because Jennifer asks a bunch of questions. Jennifer Woods asks a bunch of questions of it. She's like, she doesn't understand, like, why Michael doesn't want to work with the Smiling Wolf Studios. But Jennifer, again, remember, Jennifer is a furry, so her mindset is much more geared towards that by Jonathan's design. But she doesn't understand why Michael doesn't want to work with them and help them, and, their goal seems fine. And Jonathan actually has to explain to her the differences between everything, right? The disciplined, they are much more keeping nature in balance. They're much more protectors of nature. They are also the ones that are more able to work directly with the spirits more often. Just for time's sake. This is not a thing of like the embracers don't want to work with spirits. They love the spirits as well. The problem is like pragmatism. They just don't have. They can't dedicate themselves to the spirits the way the disciplined can. But the disciplined have morale problems because it's all about denial of any of those desires. It's all about denial of any of the sins, right? So they have morale problems. It's not very, like, it's not fun being a disciplined. Now it can be, but the problem is too many disciplined get stuck in going to the extreme opposite. It's why flagellants were part of the disciplined. When that was a big thing way back when, the Wolverine would take part in self-flagellation. Because they've gone too far to the opposite extreme. The Embracers are more of a healthy acceptance of the sin. But, as Jonathan puts it, they're also on the very front line. They're the ones that interact with Smilers the most. They're the ones that have demonic entities try to corrupt them the most. So it's one of those, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't things. Sure, we don't have morale problems the way that the disciplined do, but we've got fucking demons constantly trying to tempt us and, you know, try to get us to fall and everything. No, it's not even that, because the Embracers don't, like, much. They don't have a lot of, like, good things to say for the humanoids, right? For the humans, the elves, the dwarves, and everything. They still feel that kind of contempt for them, because they feel like they're just ungrateful for what they have. But they're more willing to work with them. They're more willing to take the pragmatic view and look at everything and be like, hey, they outnumber us, like, significantly so. And we are coming up into eras that are far more, like, guns and shit have not only existed for a while now, but they're getting really good at killing things. Because the one thing is, the Wolverine are not charged with, like, shepherding humanity or anything like that, or finding a better way. Their three particular things they're charged with are the defense of nature, the defense of spirits, and the defense of the natural order, right? Yes, it's also why their numbers are limited. Because Miraxis intentionally did it where, no, you can't have... If we had a Wolverine and a Wolverine get together and they made a litter, which is what wolves do you know how rapidly the predators would vast outbreed anything to keep in check? There needs to be a balance. We cannot have the Wolverine being the super dominant species, right? And that goes for all the shifters. They can't be the super dominant species. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And this one's going to be carved this way. Oh, pfft. Yum. Yum. Yeah. Scrungle a bit. Take a bite here. Take a bite here. Be terrifying, and you have seen the power Mouse has in rallying troops of different factions and sicking them on genuine problems. Imagine him involving other races that don't hide. So, again, there's also not like a big war between the shifters or anything, right? Hey, Exhumed Legume. Somebody's dug up that peanut. But there's not like a big war between the shifters or anything. But the other shifters don't suffer because they don't have the compact with Miraxis. So they don't suffer the sin of rage and hatred and malice. So other shifters, they have to take a sin, but they don't have to take 2 sins. And again, that was all because of the compact between Meraxus and Sidorus Steeljaw. That's what created their original sin for all Wolverine, which is the hatred, rage, and malice. Now, if in Character Creator you could take double hatred, rage, and malice, that could be your second sin. Could be that you just experience it that much more. You got to remember though, your sins when you come up with rolls involving your particular sin, it removes the success. It's not that it makes the roll more difficult or it removes a die. No, it removes a success. So if you roll and you got 1 success on it, congratulations. Because it's your particular sin, it takes that away. So if you're a double sin, if you're double in hatred, and you come up with a roll that's about hatred and keeping your cool and everything, it takes away 2 successes. So it's more likely to botch. When you botch, you gain a corruption point. And you have to deal with corruption. Corruption isn't an easy thing. There's no easy peasy rite of cleansing that gets rid of corruption. Dealing with corruption is about recentering yourself. Get that bite. Take that bite out. And take that bite out. And scrungle it. Scrungle it. Scrungly, scrungly, scrungly. Scrungly, 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 scrungly. Scrungly, 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 scrungly. So I'm just going to make scrungly. This one I'll take a bite out here. Let's scrungle this side. Scrungle that. Okay. Whoops. That's the wrong direction. Back up. Gotta take a bite out this way. Yeah. I'll scrungle it. Scrungle that side. Scrungle that side. I should have known. I should have known I was going the wrong way with it. Bite here. Bite here. And here. Okay. There we go. Got the outer part of the moon. We got the crescent part of the moon. Perfect. Now, this one. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Like I said, these take longer than you expect, right? No, because then that gets into the whole, like, sins of gluttony, sins of avarice, things like that, right? Pride is the... Okay. Pride are the most blatant of the smilers. The most terrifying of the smilers are envy. Envy smilers are the most terrifying ones. Because they're the They're the manipulators, the gaslighters, the schemers, right? Envy ones are... they're the ones that are the most hated amongst all smilers. Including other smilers hate them too. Remember, being a smiler doesn't bring you into a community or anything like that. You'll have smilers that'll kind of band together for a common purpose, but they'll be within their sin cluster, right? So you'll have like a charismatic, lustful smiler might have other lust-riddled smilers join them, but it's because they all share the same sin, right? You're not going to have a glutton join them. You're not going to have a envy join them or a pride join them. Pride ones are the ones that least work together because they're too arrogant and headstrong, right? So you'll never find a pride, hilariously. Those that have the sin of pride will never have like a big following of other smilers. They're always individualistic. They are the extreme version of the smiler's self-interest and narcissism. Okay. So these are going to be the claw marks here at the end. Okay. Oh, shit, that's not sharpened enough down. No. Yeah. That's better. I'm going to have all of them be like that. I'm going to have this one be a little bit more flat in where it was. Just because think about it as like fingers coming through, right? Fingers coming through. That one. Actually, what if we had both of those be flat? Hold on. We had all of these be much more flat. That. Yep. Oh no, smilers are very obvious. Because again, they're indulgent in their sins, right? They revel in it. It's why they were called smilers to begin with. They have that creepy, psychotic, like serial killer smile, right? They don't have like a normal, like they don't just smile and things like that. They have that weird, like it just looks wrong. It's something about the way the eyes are as well. That's another common mention in the books for smilers. It's the eyes. The eyes with that smile that's just too big, just a bit too bigger, right? It's a bit too big to be what's considered a smile. Like they're putting on a front, an air. Let's do it like that. And carve that away more. Okay. And the last one. Okay. Cool. So they're all a little bit different from each other. That's fine. Yep. Again, the embracers hate smilers more than the disciplined do. The disciplined hate smilers to the point they'll try to kill them any chance they can get. Embracers really hate smilers, but it's because they also have to deal with them more. Because where are the smilers going to be at more often? They're going to be where they can indulge in their sins. And where they can indulge in their sins are going to be heavier population groups. And the Embracers are going to be the same thing because they want to indulge in their sins a little. They don't revel in it, but they're at the occasional like, yeah, I sleep around, so like, I'm not. That doesn't make me a rapist or a molester, okay? That's what the Embracers believe. Here, enjoy this delicious cyanide-laced beer, you lovely creepy fucker. Yeah, basically. But again, you want to be smart about it so you don't lose. Like the bar, if somebody at the bar gets poisoned by cyanide, the police are going to ask questions, right? You have to try to maintain the shroud. Because what the demons want, the demons don't want the shroud to exist. The problem is the demons are all also, the demonically aligned, are all very self-centered, narcissistic, egotistical, right? Because they all want to indulge in their sin. All the demons and devils and stuff like that want to indulge in their sin as well. So that's very difficult for them to organize because there is no concept of trust or familial love or anything like that in demonic alignment. None of that exists. So it's constant like backstabbing and trying to be the thing on top all the time. Which is about the only thing that makes the other forces capable of fighting against the demonic. Because the demonic aren't as organized as they'd like to be. You can have cults and things like that come up, but it gets down to the closer you get to the demonic, the less organized you get. So, in a weird irony, you'll have cults that will grow up and they'll be super stringent and strict and disciplined and able to get things done and stuff like that. But as they go deeper and deeper into the demonic, they spiral out. They crash out more easily. They're more readily found and dealt with. So their whole thing, because of the nature of the demonic, it's self-defeating. Take a bite. Take a bite. Scrungle it. Scrungle it. Take another bite here. Again, like I said, I think Mouse would work for Smiling Wolf Studios directly. I think that would be his tribe. Smiling Wolf Studios is the name for the porn manufacturing group, but their whole thing is that like they're technically a tribe, so you would be under Smiling Wolf Studios, but you wouldn't work directly for the video lot, right? You would be a part of the tribe because it spreads out into multiple pies, but you wouldn't be directly working there. But also Smiling Wolf, the Embracers are more willing to like go out and make alliances with each other, with other Embracer groups. That's why when Jonathan sets up his first meeting with Michael Wolf, he sets it up at a diner, a very special diner, an eatery in town. So Michael comes in, he sends in a backup first that goes ahead like 10 minutes earlier. The backup goes in, then Michael goes in, and he checks, makes sure he sees the backup sitting at one of the booths and everything, so he sits relatively nearby. Jonathan shows up, and then Jonathan reveals, like, what, you didn't think we'd expect you to bring backup? Everyone else in here is a Wolverine. Everyone is. They're just using the mask of the scent. That's how we know that that guy is not one of us. But, like, my Embracer group is Smiling Wolf Studios. The waitress over there is part of Smiling Wolf Studios, and so on. But the chef in the kitchen, he is not. His sin is gluttony. He is part of a different Embracer tribe, and that's totally fine. But again, they kind of intermix and intermingle with each other, but they have their own particular tribes that they're a part of. And of course, those that indulge in gluttony they're going to start working like, you know, I want to eat more food, but I want it to be good food. So, of course, they're really good chefs. And that becomes their kind of like way that they fund for their tribe when their tribe needs like equipment and gear, weapons and things like that for them. They fund it through the fact that they make good eateries, they make good restaurants and shit. Okay, scrungle it a little bit. Scrungle, scrungle. Scrungle, scrungle. Take a bite. We'll just do 2 bites here. Bite here, bite there, and that'll be it. Scrungle this. Scrungle, scrungle, scrungle. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you absolutely would. Would you want it to be a bar, or would you want it to be a strip club with a detached bar? Like, what would you want it to be for Mouse? Mouse could be the operator of it, but he would be at the bar, and then you could have a strip club that's connected to it. Okay, I'll take a bite here. Bite. Another bite. Scrungle this. Scrungle that very mildly. Yep. That's exactly what they are. They're in the finance industry. They're literally... The joke was already made earlier. When somebody said the Wolf of Wall Street. They are literally the Wolverine of Wall Street. That's their whole thing. So they're in, like, financing, something like that. They're very good with numbers. Very fucking good with numbers. Yep. Alright. That could be... So his wouldn't be, like, a big place. It would be, like, here's maybe a 2-stage strip club, right? 2-stage, 6 booths. Small little place. Small little club. And it's got the bar and everything there all set up and stuff. No, it's not just number goes up. Gets them off. It's their numbers go up. So, ironically, what ends up happening is a lot of... yeah, basically, just a small little place. A small little joint, right? You could even have it be where it's a little bit of a secret, right? It's off the beaten path. You go down this alleyway, and that's the actual main entrance to the strip club. You know, just a little hush hush. Come out and, you know, make it a little more mysterious. That could be part of the mystique of going there. But yeah, so a lot of stuff like Smiling Wolf Studios even has some of its finances tied in with these with the Wolverine Embracers that have avarice, because they know, hey, if you want your numbers to keep going up, you know, hey, you can help us here a little bit. We're not gonna give you all of our finances because if you fall to the fucking Smilers, you know, be real bad for us. But you know, we'll give you a bit. We'll let you work with some stuff. Just to help out the cause. Not that Smiling Wolf Studios needs it. They're genuinely really successful. And again, the Embracers all help each other out too. It's not like they're not like, oh no, so Mouse, your little strip club with bar, it might not, maybe it's not doing well. They wouldn't just like cut you loose and be like, oh well, too bad, sucks for you. And then they'd be like, no, he's a tribe member, help him out. Help him out. Figure out what's going on. oh well, there's this whole thing against him. Like nobody, don't go there. They say it's dangerous and seedy. It's like, no, that's not happening. Figure out who the fuck's spreading such malicious rumors, and deal with it. The bar is just too seedy. It's like clearly this is a dirty, disgusting joint. They probably treat the girls and the guys, they treat them like dog shit, and it's like somebody's spreading some bullshit. That's the other thing too. But Michael gets horrified at the idea of the serialized porn. He's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you all? He goes, do you just want to, is the shroud just a fucking joke to you? Like, you understand that it keeps everyone safe and protected, right? And that's when Michael's like, oh yeah, how'd that work out for the dragons? It's like, in hindsight, it worked out fine because the dragons won, but it's another one of those things of like, yeah, but the world was still in a massive war because of all of this secrecy for so long, and the entire world suddenly looked up in the sky and realized, uh-oh, threat. Threat, get your guns. Get your guns. Uh-oh. And Jonathan does not want that to happen ever again. Oh, this one I've caught a few times. Right? This side will be the one that's caught multiple times. Scrungle a little. Scrungle a little. Scrungle. Scrungle. There we go. Carve that in a bit more. All right. Sorry, I saw one that was annoying me. Over there, please. Yeah. No. Again, this is not on Earth. This is a contemporary world, though. The focus in the book for the Guardians of Nature focuses on fucking hell, a country known as the Republic, right? And it grew to prominence because it gave so many freedoms to a bunch of its citizens and stuff, right? No worries. Again, I've said it before, but if you weren't here for when I've said it, then yeah. But it takes place on a like a contemporary world, more modernized. This world, though, has had 5 world wars because of there's just too much diversity in species, and it's causing too many problems. Because the elves are going to go for elf interests, the dwarves are going to go for dwarf interests, the halflings are going to go for halfling interests, the humans are going to go for human interests, and now they found out that it wasn't just the Drakine and the Dracmolkine that existed. No, turns out the Dracoran are actually a thing that's real, and the Drakine and the Dracmolkine were actually working towards Dracoran interests, which the Dracoran are the dragons. And that, when the dragons were fully revealed, that caused its own shitfest. That was one of the world wars. That's why Jonathan says the world remembers when the dragons were first revealed, when the veil of secrecy was lifted and actual dragons were shown, and the entire world flipped its fucking shit. And that's when the fighting happened. That one was much more devolved into trench warfare, because so much of the fighting would be dragged underground. So it would get into heavy trench warfare and like networks of trenches dug into cave systems and networks and everything. It was a total fucking mess. Because they would try to level like mountains, use bunker busters and stuff like that to try to get inside and hit these dens and everything. and the dragons would retaliate, and dragons have magic. So they would retaliate with like these massive firestorms and everything, burning entire swaths of countryside and even cities and towns and stuff. It was not good. Yep, they had semi-modern. But yeah, it was not good. It was a very bloody, and it was the longest of the world wars, and the dragons won pretty fucking handily. They won very handily. But by the time Guardians of Nature takes place, the book, they've just come out of a Fifth World War. And this one was not a good one, right? In trouble to show it, there's Booba. I think you said it's going to be the what? The Duke Nukem Forever one? Yeah. Oh no, Time to Kill. Ooh, yeah. But yes, basically a small little dive strip club like that. Small little dive place. You know, it's much more about you have the 2 stages for the dancers. You have the 6 booths and then a couple private rooms. Right, and that's kind of it. Small little place. Well, that's kind of it on the surface. Turns out then there's the back room door that goes underground where the booze storage and all the, pumps and stuff like that are for the bar. But the basement is a lot bigger than it looks, and that's because it's a safe house. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Take a bite out here, bite here. Scrungle it, bite. Scrungle. Take a bite here. Yeah. There we go. Scrungle a little bit more, just to keep it broken up a bit. Oh, shit. The face of horror, yep. But yeah. Again, to kind of put in Jonathan's personality too, he's a bit of a jokester. He's a Hjalder Skald, right? So the leader of the Smiling Wolf Studios tribe is a Hjalder Skald. So he's a bit of a jokester, hence why his meetings are so kind of laid back. But he's also, like, some of his jokes are stuff like, man, it's been 2 weeks since I killed the Smiler. I'm jonesing. I can't. Oh, God, I haven't had my fix. Where are all the Smilers, damn it? We set up the studio name intentionally to honey trap them in. Where the fuck are the Smilers? I haven't fed Jerox a fucking Smiler's skull in weeks. Help! And it's him just being a tease. Because he knows that the rest of his tribe is still doing work, putting in work. They're getting rid of Smilers as fast as they can. He's just being a bit of a silly. But he's also trying to play off his nerves about the whole serialized porn shoot, right? Because he's trying something incredibly risky, and he doesn't want the disciplined to come in and crash the party and do dumb shit and stuff like that. So he's trying to get the disciplined to know, at least ahead of time, what's going to happen. Yeah. Feels like you wouldn't mind the gift of a hog-tied Smiler. If you could. Again, the problem is that Smilers are Wolverine as well. How do you hog-tie them? Remember, Wolverine do not suffer the bane of silver. So you can't just do like silver chains and shit like that. It's like, no, how would you get them hog-tied? And most of the Smilers that Smiling Wolf Studios interacts with are those that are obviously lust-addled. those that want to engage in their carnal pursuits. Again, that's why Smiling Wolf Studios is named Smiling Wolf Studios. It wants to try to bait them in so it can kill them. This is looking really nice, actually. This is looking really nice. I know we're stopping a lot so we can talk more about the books and everything, but yeah. Oh, that is a thing, too. I wanted it to be if humans, because humans, elves, dwarves, stuff like that, they're not inherently magical. They can't get imbued status. There's no like special cocktail they can take or like compact they can make to give them powers, right? You either are born a mage or with the capability of doing magic, or you're not. Simple as. If you are born a mage, now things will try to compact with you and give you bonuses and benefits like that, but they might ask stuff of you, so you gotta be very fucking careful. But if you're not born a mage, sorry, you're shit out of luck. However, are you creative? Can you think through a problem? Because bear mace to the face of a wolf is pretty fucking devastating, as we talked about in the book already. Like, they are supernatural. They are exceptionally powerful and resilient, but you can work those things against them. Like, if you get them to follow you into a bathroom that you flooded preemptively, and then you jump up on the sink counter, and they come rushing in the bathroom after you, and they're stepping in the water, and you throw a power cable from the roof tiles down into the water, give them a hell of a shocking. You're going to stun them for quite a while. Well, it depends. Because remember, that's another thing. Wrecker have exceptional amounts of stamina. And if you're in just a normal, like, slap fight, like you're just clawing at each other for a sparring match, Wolverine can last a long, long time. They have a lot of stamina. Even the weakest of them, the Speya, still have way more stamina than humanoids do. But Wreckers are like, again, it's a supernatural strength. They have an incredible amount of endurance and stamina. Yalderskald have pretty high endurance and stamina and strength, but Wreckers are like on that next tier up. That's why they say a Yalderskald can go toe-to-toe and blow for blow with a Wrecker up to a point. If the Yalderskald doesn't have anything else, the Yalderskald, if they don't have anything else to bring to the table, they're going to lose. Reminds me of RE3 when you pull the industrial power cable from the super floodlight and toss it on Nemesis' feet while he's standing on a puddle. Yep, the classic RE3. I don't talk about Remake 3. I hate... I mean, I talk about it, but I talk about how much I hate it. I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. Oh... They made Nikolai such a cartoon villain, and he doesn't even go out in like a really like karmic way or anything. Nope. Ugh. Hate. The only thing I liked was I liked the clock tower boss fight in Remake 3. Because, like, that was interesting and well done. And then they skipped the clock tower, and I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the... Why? The clock tower was the best part. Why? And then they put that stupid tower defense game in the hospital. What the fuck? Why? Oh, Remake 3, I hate it. And they cut out, like, what was it? In real terms, not getting hyperbolic. Real terms. I think they cut out like 65% of the city in Remake 3, if I remember right. I'm like, why? The city was awesome. It was such a good change of pace. Oh, because Resident Evil 1, it was all in the mansion. Resident Evil 2, it was in a little bit of the city, a small little snippet and everything. Oh, but it was mostly in the police station and then the sewer system. And then Resident Evil 3 was like, let's go through the whole city and stuff like that. That was really fucking interesting. Damn it. Also, Nemesis looked way better in the original. I'm sorry. Trash bag Nemesis is fucking gross. Get him out of here. Get not Nemesis out of here. Fucking trash bag apparel Nemesis. Daylight. Somehow, I'm still alive. I don't know. I did like the Samurai Edge. It was a lot of fun. But, trying to remember, did they rename what the pistol was you got from Nemesis? Wait, actually, in Remake 3, were you able to get the pistol from Nemesis? Nemesis. Pistol drop. Did they rename it? No, I don't give a shit about the remake one. Yeah. The Eagle. That's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, it is the STI Eagle. That's what it was in the original. Yeah, and that was... Fuck, that pistol was so good. That pistol was so good. I loved it. I genuinely did. That was the whole thing of also trying to... I remember how many times on stream did we practice the quick kill on Nemesis in the courtyard, right? How many times did we... God, that's going back, though, to the old streams. I should play Resident Evil 3 original again. But, man, the number of times I practiced the quick kill on that was fucking wild. And if you don't know, for anyone that doesn't know, the quick kill is you need to bait Nemesis to run at you at the door, right? And then you run to the left real quick, hug the wall, get just around the corner. Nemesis will run. He'll get stuck on the very corner of it, sprinting at you, but he can't get to you. So you can turn and quick fire to try to down him. Because all you have is, really all you're going to have is your fucking pistol, right? So, yeah. You could use the AR, but it's kind of a waste of ammo to do it there. But no, that's how you can drop him pretty fast. But you have to be very fucking careful and very specifically lined up to do it. And if he gets loose, oh boy. If Nemesis actually gets loose from that spot, he is no, I'm just talking about in general, right? I'm talking about if you're trying to go for the quick kill normally, right? But yeah, if Nemesis gets loose from that spot, congratulations, he's already at top speed. You're gonna get fucking slapped real hard. That's the one thing I know a lot of speedrunners don't like about Resident Evil 3, is the RNG when it comes to the zombies. Because you have the zombies and they'll act like normal zombies, but then you'll get what are known as runners. And you have no idea if one of them is going to turn into a super speedy son of a bitch, right? So if you try for the Nemesis quick kill and he gets loose, he's already at max sprint speed. So you are going to get fucking laid out and clotheslined, and Jill's going to go through the full animation of being slapped down on the floor. Just like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, things have gone wrong. Mistakes have been made. Ah! God, this is looking really nice, actually. It's looking nice. I like this redesign that we've got going. I like it. I think it fits more with the mystical side of what the Goothy, aka what the Theurges would be. I like it. Take a bite out. Take a bite. I mean, you could. Most outsiders wouldn't know what it means, right? It would just, like, alert any Wolverine or Blood of the Wolf that are nearby. So, Blood of the Wolf are their kinfolk, right? That's just their full title, Blood of the Wolf. In shorthand, they just call them Wolf Bloods. Those are the kinfolk. Those are the ones that are like, it's like, hey, you share our blood, you just didn't awaken, you know. Maybe you will awaken one day. Maybe you won't. That's okay. You're still part of the tribe. You're part of the family. But, again, this is one thing I am going to keep from World of Darkness. The Wolf Bloods, or Blood of the Wolves, or Kinfolk, whichever one you want to call them, they are not treated the same as Wolverine. For obvious reasons, right? Wolverine have added responsibilities and things they have to do. So there's more burden, there's more stuff lifted on their shoulders. Now, Wolf Bloods are protected fiercely because they actually increase the chance of making another Wolverine. Not by much, but it's there. So like I said, if two Wolverine breed, there's a 30% chance that their offspring will be Wolverine. That's each one of their offspring, right? So they could have an entire litter that doesn't become Wolverine ever. Or they could have one child and it's Wolverine. It's just the way it works. It's also why the Wolverine are they're very much more like accepting and reverent towards what are known as curse-born Wolverine. So what happens is Curse of the Wolverine, by its nature, the curse, if a curse afflicted, a false Ulfer breeds, they can pass the curse on to their offspring. They can. It's rare, but it happens. It's also rare that if they pass their curse on to the offspring, their offspring, because the nature of the curse, could actually become Wolverine. So you have like a 10% chance that you'll pass the curse on to your offspring. You then have, of that 10% chance, another 10% chance that they could become an actual Wolverine. Now, the Wolverine treat cursed-born Wolverine very well because they view it as the luck of the spirits and gods was on your side, right? You are blessed. Okay? You hit a double jackpot. Oh, also, those that are cursed, those that are born with the curse of the Wolverine, they don't suffer the Bane of Silver, and they keep the whole thing of it doesn't show their true form because Silver is all about truth. If you're born with the curse, that is your existence. It's not a false existence. You were born with the curse. So you don't suffer the Bane of Silver. But also, your true form is your birth form. So Silver's reflection doesn't show you. But you don't have, like, there's not really any other benefits to it. It's just that weird niche of thing like, well, that's a weird bit of quinky dink. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Ugh. Holy cow. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. But, before I go to the bathroom... Shit, I accidentally clicked on the thing. Before I go to the bathroom... Why don't we pull up something funny? Okay, so again, these are the ones we have finished. They're above my head right now. It's not that the curse gets less severe. There's just a weird, like, benefit to it, right? Oh, also, I guess that's the other weird benefit to it. If you are born with the curse, the spirits don't hate you, right? It's when the curse is inflicted. The infliction of the curse is what causes the spirits to, like, freak out and not want to be near you or anything. They're just like, no, 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 unclean, unclean. YouTube went very laggy. That's unfortunate. Yeah, before I go... Let's get the, we'll get the stream demonetized, but I don't care. I don't care. We'll get the stream demonetized, but it's fine. I like this. This meme is too good. This meme lives rent-free in my head. Okay. Pull that back up. Pull that back up. Pull that back up. All right. Here you go. Before I go to the bathroom, chat, enjoy your meme, right? Oh, I said I killed the program. If you have VLC active and you hit Control and a numpad, it will try to replay old videos based off of the number of times back you had it, right? That makes me so sad. He's so sad. I'm doing it again. It won't stop me. VLC will not stop me. I love it. I love it too much. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and everything now. Yeah, I will BRB. It should not be long. Bathroom, probably get a snack, and that's it. So yeah, BRB. Oh, the timing. Yeah, you take care, Mouse. Oh no, the meme absolutely got us demonetized, 100%. 100%. I don't care. Doritos. Hold on a second. Here's something I need to do. I need to put some stuff. Hold on. I forgot. I need to bump up the bounty for Ratchet & Clank 3 because Itako put in another thing, and I kept reminding myself of it, and then I just remembered again, just out of nowhere. I was like, oh fuck yeah, we got to do it. Ugh. Okay. Let's scroll this up a little more. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like it. Ooh, I'm blinded by the light. If I get enough art for Sakara and everything, and the Wolvera and stuff, I would love to make a little thing like that, and put like werewolves in traditional media, and then werewolves, and then like werewolves in Sakara. Scrungle, 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 Scrungle. Take a bite. Take another bite. Scrungle it. Maybe scrungle in closer more. Take a bite. One last bite. Looking at it carefully. Okay, let's cut it in. I'll go wide first. Now this side. Okay. And now again, just so you can see, right? This is the waning variant. And of course, back, waxing variant. Right? What was it? For go forward. Control Y. Oh yeah, what a weird one. So again, this is the waxing crescent, the waning crescent. Waxing, waning. Yeah. Yeah. I think it looks good. I think it looks real good. Oh. Merge. Delete the background. Goothy Clawglyph. Glyph. Okay. Now edit our properties here. And it should be in there now. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, that's looking real good. So now we're on to the last one, the Speya. First one. Okay. Second one. Like I said, this one I'm going to keep relatively like it is here. But we're going to change up the pupil, right? I'm going to change up what the pupil is. And we're going to have it be a bit more bulbous. Because wolf eye. Right? This looks more like reptilian or dragon eye, right? But no, we need it to be a woofer. A woofer eye. Okay. How are we looking in terms of balance here? No, because we want claw movements, right? If I did full circles, you wouldn't get the one claw move. But I might do, like, maybe 2 hands to make the final. So I could do 1 circle. Oh, shit, I did the... First off, that. Second off, that. Right, start again. New. I'll just remove the background now. Okay. So I think from here, across, right? First one straight across. Bring it up as an eye arch. Second one here. And if you can think about it, do your middle finger and pointer finger. Start them near a thing, and then slide them out and separate them across, and then bring them back together, right? Don't forget, folks, to spay and neuter your Wolverine. No, incorrect. Alright. Now, let's see if we do one. I did it again. I just realized I did it again. Okay. Next layer. Now do it. This one's longer. Okay. There we go. All right. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Perfect. Right, now. It's kind of like a TIE fighter. Oh. Okay, so let's think about this. 1 claw, 2 claw, 3 for both, 4 as a double. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, it'll look less when I get rid of like the bulbous stuff outside a bit more. But it's gonna have to like overlap some. Oh, what if we do? Hold on. No. I've got it. I know how we can. I know the methodology here that we can do. Okay. So, spiral it around. Right? What if we... Hold on, no. Take this. Methodology. I've got an idea. Just that. Right? And then the claw movement will be first, second. So we want them to be opposite directions, first and second. This would be the third, the circle. So I'll cut out like a part of it. Because again, you can't really do a full circle easily with a claw. Again, you got to think about, you're not just touching the tip, right? No, it's not too limiting. I mean, look at this. Look. These have come out beautifully. Genuinely beautifully. These look fantastic. Alright, so anyways, I'm thinking about it. Okay. So first claw movement, start here, slide down. Second claw movement, start here, go up. Third claw movement, make the circle. Okay? Now remember, you're not just touching with the tip of your finger, okay? I want you to imagine, like, on your desk in front of you, wherever you're sitting, put your finger down. Now you need to turn it 90 degrees from where you're dragging it. Now try to drag your finger and make a circle. Right? You can't finish a full circle because of the way your hand is connected. Right? So you're dragging it along, so it'll be cut off at some point. So I think we'll cut it off like around here. Think about right-handed versus left-handed. If it was left-handed, you'd cut it off here. So yeah, so I think like this. Yeah. Something like that. And then have those two marks come across. Maybe we can do this. Hold up. Hold up. Do this. Pull it down some. For a bit of breathing space. Up some for a bit of breathing space. Does that still get the idea of an eye across? Or are they too far apart to be an eye? Also, yes, this would be with the thumb. So use your pointer finger here, use your thumb here. So pointer finger across, and then as you're already moving, so imagine your hand, if you had your pointer finger here, imagine your hand is sliding and turning. Your thumb is already near the position it needs to be when you get to the end of this, so then you slot it in and then pull it up. Just whoop. What do you think? Do you guys think these two lines are too far apart to keep it relative to an eye? Should I not have breathing room on it instead and just pull it in against, like a hat? And against? Because it's supposed to be the idea of the new moon and the Speya, spies, scouts, assassins, right? So those underneath the new moon. Hmm. Maybe I should get rid of the eye motif in general. Thinking on it. What if instead we had the outline of the moon, the way it is. What if we made it instead to be angled? I'll show you guys what I'm thinking here. Hold on. I'll show you guys what I'm thinking. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Okay. Okay. Start with our moon. And instead of having it side side or side to side, what if we have it be angled like this on the side? So it gets more that this is the moon across. What was, you know, what would it look like in the middle of this? Actually, chat. Maybe if we make it smaller? But, chat. No, because I'm trying to mimic a wolf's eye. So I'll show you. Hold on a second. So what it looked like before, if we go to the one picture, right? What it looked like before, it looked too reptilian because it's too much of a slit, or it looked like feline, right? This. That's what we want more. Okay? Very circular. Like ours, right? Oh my god, I found William's color pattern. Like, legitimately. Hold on. Look at that. This is William Lowe's color pattern and everything. He's a gray wolf with blue eyes. That's fucking stunning. Holy shit. I didn't expect that. I just typed in wolf eye in Google. That's one of the ones that popped up. Genuinely fucking stunning. So many of them do the, like, feline reptilian thing. Like, look, this is a thing that's like how to draw a wolf eye. And look at it. It's doing the reptilian feline thing of a slit. That's not... Wolves don't have slits. I wonder what started people thinking wolves had slits. Because, yeah, that's incorrect. Incorrect. Yeah, look at these. These are all a bunch of gray wolves. Gray wolfies. Oh, here's another gray wolf that has a bit of the brown fur with blue eyes. Hey. This is what William Lowell's color scheme is. This is what Cross's color scheme is. Do foxes have slits? Hold on, hold on. Why are you showing me all the... Man, type in fox eye. Foxes do have slits! Ha-ha! I know a purity test we can do! I know a purity test! Ha-ha! Purity test! Does your eyes have slits? Your eyes are slitted, motherfucker! It's a fox! Oh. It's a fox. Oh, no, you want to see some wild stuff? Wolves hunt at night too. They don't just hunt during the day. They will go out at night as well. Basically, they hunt when they feel like it. Wolves also, if I remember right, wolves have eye shine. Wolf eye shine? Yeah, wolves have eye shine, which is a trait of predators. Of nocturnal predators, I'm pretty sure. Here you go. You want to see some whoopies? Whoopies at night in the camera? This is the incredible eye shine of whoopies. Whoopies at night! Whoopies at night. Na 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 na. The whoopies at night. Yeah, it's a thing that nocturnal predators have. If you can engage in being a predator at night, it happens. So shiny, it looks derpy. Oh my god, you should see you should see some of these. How shiny it is. Hold on. See if I can find a picture that shows just how fucking shiny it is. Spiders are the ones they have eye shine as well. Which is very fucking disturbing. Oh, no wonder it's showing me because they're wolf spiders. They keep showing me wolf spider pictures. I didn't ask for wolf spiders. Damn it. Hello, whoop. Hello, whoop. What? What? It might be nighttime color vision. That could be true. Because cats do have greater color depth than compared to canines. The weirdest pupils. Hang on a second. There's a type of snake pupil that it's like a hybrid one, which is very fucking weird. It's a slit, and then at the bottom of the slit, it bulges out to like a normal eye. It's very, very strange. Well, here's like an example of it, but they've just got it sideways for some reason. See? It's like this. Very strange pupils. Very strange. Check out the newt eye. Newt. It looks normal, but it's got pigmentation that distorts the eye. Hold on. Look at this. This is the newt one. Newt. See? It looks normal, but it's got pigmentation that distorts it and makes it look bigger. That might be a defense mechanism. Newt. It's kind of like how people, for some reason, think orcas have, like, orca eye. Right? A lot of people, for whatever reason, think orcas have, like, the white spot is the eye. It's not. That's just I forget what it's called. There's a scientific name for it. But those are false eyes to make you look more intimidating, right? There we go. We'll do this. So this is orca. So many people think that this is their eye. You'll see a lot of artists when they draw orcas and stuff like that. They'll have this be the eyeball, and that's incorrect. This is the eye. Right? And I can't remember for the life of me what it's called in nature, but it's a way to look more intimidating, right? This being your eye looks more freaky, right? Instead of this little thing being your eye. Yeah. Beady little eyes of an orca. It's not mimic. I don't think it's mimicry. Because no, mimicry would be like the corn snake versus the coral snake, right? There's a term for it. It's a particular term for fake eyes. Moths and stuff have it. Moths and stuff have it. I don't remember what it's called though. Animals with fake large eyes. Is it literally just called eye spots? An eye spot, sometimes called ocellus, is an eye-like marking. They are found in butterflies, reptiles, cats, birds, and fish. And yeah, it's a way to, like, fool other species into making them think you have, you're a lot bigger than you are. Because you have real big eyes. Yeah, I guess they're just called eye spots. I figured there was something like there was more of a name to it, but I guess not. Yeah, just, you learn something new. Yeah, exactly. This is the same thing. I like I would just called it that as a generic thing. No, it turns out that's exactly what they're called. I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, woo, woo. Okay. Anyways, let's think on this. So instead of that, what we did have is something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4 movements. Maybe I'd shrink down these ones to be smaller. So let's think thunk on the placement here. Narrow the hat in more, narrow the hat in more. Okay, and I'm going... I wish I could, like, select all 3 of these and not merge them together, and then shrink them down, you know? Or, I guess we can do this. Hold on. We can do the opposite. We can do the opposite. Because it feels like it's too close, like it just looks like an eyeball. Instead of being, it's supposed to be the moon. Woo. Woo. Maybe I just want to get rid of the eye motif in general. Right? What if we... What if we did... Hang on. Get rid of this. Right? Come in here. What if we did something like... Piece of candy to whoever figures out what I'm doing first. This? I don't know if I want to do like a dagger. No. I was thinking of doing like a dagger thing. Right? No. 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 Hmm. Sorry, I opened up a protein bar. How? So I like the double idea for the circle for the moon to be the new moon. What if... What if... we make it... Okay, think. So you gotta imagine one hand up, so left hand, right hand, then curve it. Or would it actually be easier like this? Curve and then undo. I mean, it'd be curve and undo. Tips. Get the claws in, scratch along in opposite directions. So this would be the start down here for the right hand. This is the start up here for the left hand. So your hands are curved around each other and slice it to make the new moon. Then what if you I was thinking maybe what if we did claw marks like hang on, I'll just they're not going to be really good drawings, but I'll just draw them in real quick. What if we did like claw marks in, and then this one in, you know what I mean? Like as if they're against each other. So the points are here, 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 here. I thought we had the Speya one worked out well, and now I'm thinking of it, because again, this is what it was originally, right? I don't know. I don't feel like that'll work. I like this whole like turned idea. Meh. Meh. Or hold on. What if? Where are you? Bring you in. Bring you in. Make this bigger. What do I want it? I think I just want it straight. Oh, fuck. Something like that, maybe. I think I get what you're talking about, Grynus. Are you talking about similar to what we did here? But use both hands, so then we'll have the opposite version going the other way to show like it's the black moon. And that would just be one hand movement for one side, one hand move for the other. That does sound interesting. That does sound very interesting. Okay. Circle 15. All right. More I like. Uh-oh. So you're thinking top, bottom then? Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. Okay. So here's our starter. Do another. Fill it in. So we can get 3. I think 3 looks good for like being pseudo shading, if that makes sense. And so you're thinking of doing it like, yum. Yum. All downward movements? So, well, we can just do this. Oh, no, we can't. Can we? Oh. That's fine, that's fine. We'll do this. Okay. Oh, fuck. Incorrect. Correct. If you're thinking this way is what you wanted it. So, top, and then on either side, your 3 claws, slice down, shorten the outward and middle more? Okay. Fuck, that was a big chunk I took off that one. Alright, so that's one claw swipe, technically. It's with both hands, but it's one claw swipe. I don't know if I like the thing the way it is. I don't know if I like it gets closer in. Hmm. Nope, this is the cast mark for the new moons. Those born underneath the new moon, the Speya. Speja. The Speya. They are the scouts and spies of the Wolverine people. These aren't Gauru. They're Wolverine. Again, their inspiration comes from World of Darkness Gauru. But we've made a shit ton of fucking changes. And it's more in my world, my universe. No, I just... No, I'm not vibing with it. No, because the one already is... That's too close to the Wrecker. Right? So... Yalder Scald is ahead above me now. That's the Wrecker. Which is the full moon. That's the Domari. And then, of course, we just finished the Goofy right before. What if we're thinking too internal? Right? What if we're thinking too internalized? Hang on. I got an idea. I think we're thinking too internal here. Here's what I'm thinking. Okay? Get rid of that. Okay. Representation of the moon. Okay. Next. Okay. Now. Okay. Get rid of. And pseudo shading of the moon being dark. Okay. No. Here's what I'm thinking. Okay? That's way too long, but hang on. Yeah, let's shorten these quite significantly. Okay. One claw going all the way around. Claw straight down, straight across. So that's 3 claw movements. The unfortunate part is it looks too much like crosshairs. And I don't want it to be the crosshairs. I want it to be like a compass rose, right? What if we do that? You think this? Again, I'm keeping this all on one layer so I can remove it if I need to. So maybe something like... that. Wait, what? How? How? How'd you get the... How did you get the swastika out of it? What the fuck? What if... Hmm. First off, we need to find the exact center of this thing. That's way too far down. Wait, what the fuck? How'd that all get merged down to that? Whatever. What? I looked at that and I was like, what the fuck happened? One claw, two claw, three claw. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. I fucked up. They're on the same layer. Oh, shit. Hold on. Damn it. There. Okay. That's better. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. That's better. Okay. Now. It's too tall. But let's get this in first and we'll fix how its height problem. Okay. Grab here. There we go. Okay. That's much more centerized. I think I'll extend out the top here. I'll extend these out more. I didn't want it to be like a crosshair thing, you know? I want to do like a compass rose with it. Which I mean we can kind of do here now. If I like... That looks far more balanced. And that's 5 claw strokes there. Okay, let me think about this. How far can you go? So if I put my hand right here, touch the knuckle, go all. Okay, we can get closer. We can get closer. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I don't like it. I'm thinking I don't like it. Hate. Hate. Let me tell you about hate. Let me tell you about hate. I think it's trying too hard with this. I think on either side is better, right? I think on either side's better. And then we do yeah, I hate all of it. Literally hate all of it. I do hate it. I hate it. We're getting rid of it. Come up here. Tear it all down. Get rid of it. Post it in Discord? Okay. No. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. It looks too much like it's radiating outwards. It's not what I want. What are we gonna do instead? So the initial idea was better. Scratch here. Okay. Okay. So initial idea was better. I've just, on either side, to represent the moon. I want to try to get like a compass or something in here, you know? We might go back to the eye idea. Because I think we had better progress on that looking interesting. I think it's too big. Fuck. Come up here. Something like this. I have to think thunk on it for a while. What if we did a 3 scratch and a 3 scratch? Nah, I'm not feeling it more. I'm not feeling it more, sadly. What if we did a 3 scratch and a 3 scratch here? Hold on. Show you what I'm talking about. Oh, fuck. It's the wrong layer. Get rid of. There we go. Now. Wait, what? Oh, son of a bitch. Bastard, bitch, shit, fuck. I just realized, yeah, let's do this. Deselect. Because I think it's trying to take the selection, which I don't want it to do. Okay. So that's all the way over there. So let's pull this in here. Okay, it's roughly centered. So I'm thinking more is like this. Okay. And then deselect. I'm feeling that a lot more. I'm feeling that a lot more. It'll be fine control of the middle swipe down. Yeah, we'll have start fingers on either one. There's the question. Hang on, wait. Now that we've got this, the middle, I've got the middle down the way I want it. What does this look like? What if I did... I'm checking how many claw swipes in I want to do. Come back here. So, 2 claws? Or does that lose the idea that's the moon? And do we want to try for opposites? 2 claws up, slice as opposites? Or both of them from top down? I think we lose too much of the moon idea if it's like this. I think we lose too much of the moon here. I think I want to reinforce the idea of this outer being the moon. So what I'm going to do is... rebuild this ring. Alright. Okay. I think the more full one is better. I think the more full one's better. And then we'll do opposites for it. So, curl your hand around. The right hand will start here. Left hand will start here. So basically, like, curl your hands together, slice around. Okay. Yeah, I like that better. So get rid of you. Okay. Now to balance everything. To make sure it all fucking works. It's not going to be part of it. This is me doing it to judge distances. That's pretty fucking close. That's pretty fucking close as it is. Maybe I could do a slight nudge of the top down a little. But that's pretty fucking close. So basically we would take this. And I would just grab everything. And I would just go like... Oh, fuck. Wait, what? Oh, shit. I did the selector tool. I did that. Whoopsie. Try again. Now this one. I think like right there. And layer 8. Yeah, I think that's all we needed. Just that little nudge down. And then of course I'll do the same thing on the sides to make sure we're pretty close to the center of it. And get rid of you, and get rid of you. Pop you up. Herpty derpty Heugel Spleugel. Herpty derpty Heugel Spleugel. Okay, that one touches. Actually, there we go. Just a slight pixelation in between. Right there to the eyes. Okay, so it's slightly off to the side. Okay. Now come back here. Deselect. Select all. Something like that. Okay, let's try and move these now. Just barely touches. Ooh, slightly more. Not much, though. Just a little bit more. Nice. right there, I think. Just barely touches. Yep, that's good enough. That's what we call good enough for government work. Good enough for government work. It's right there. It's right in that ballpark. Good enough for claw work. Right. So now that we've got that, let's line this up now. Shave it a little bit. Shave it a little bit. Shave it a little bit. Okay. Cool. Cool. Right. I said opposite, so starting here. Let me move this all the way down so it's in a better spot. These can all be merged together for sanity's sake. Oh, actually, no, don't do that. I see one thing that's off. This one. Right there. All right. Cool. Again, close enough. They don't need to be perfect, but I don't want them to be off enough that it's going to annoy me. It has to be close enough that you won't annoy me. Oh, shit. Again, it being not smooth and everything is the point. Okay, and then this one is the start. Let's emphasize that as the start more. Emphasize this as the start more. Oh, that's getting way out in the weeds. Hold on. I got way out in the weeds on that one. Okay. Right. Now layer 2. You're the start. You're the start. And you're the start. And down we go. Down we go. Down we go. Okay. Layer 5. Which is the under layer, okay. You're the start. Cross. We'll be able to jagged that up, so that's fine. Now, do I want to keep with the opposite theme? No, because we want it to be one swipe. Yeah, we want it to be one claw swipe over. So you're the start. Okay. Right. Now it's time to start carving. We gotta carve everything now. Five. Right. I think that's not jagged enough. There we go. That's better. Okay. Deformed a little bit. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Let's cut into these a bit. Cut down to 4. Okay. That's too deep. There we go, that's better. Scraggly it up a little bit. I have one cut out here. And this one I'll have cut out here and one up here. And we'll scraggle this upside. Okay. Whoop. Whoop. That went too rough in there. Out. Cut in there. Let's cut in here. Cut in here. Let's do a cut here. Okay. This one went way outside here. Yeah, so let's shave that off entirely. Cut in. Take a bite out, take a bite out. It's scraggly. Okay. A little scraggly here. Okay. Got a bite. 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 Scraggle. Too thick on this side. Okay. Here. Take a bite. Okay. I think that's fine. In fact, this one. One bite there. Bite on that side too. Okay. All right. There we go. That's set now. 5. Because we're shaving it up towards. Nah, that's too much. Okay. That one actually being deep kind of looks nice. I'm going to keep it. Nope, that's too deep. Shave down on that. Okay. A little too nice here. There we go. Just to rough it up a little bit more. Alright, there we go. We'll have this one curve the other way. it up a little bit. Okay. There we go. Why would this side be a little more afflicted? As if whatever it tore into did not tear cleanly there. Okay. I will say it will be nice to just have the 5 casts done. Then we got to do the 5 forms, and then do some tribal ones at some point. I got to do the dragon one and everything, which I already know what the dragon one will look like. It's basically gonna be claw up, up, 3 claw out, 3 claw out. So first claw movement is up, up on either side. Is it the wingspan? 3 claws out to be the wings coming out. And then the face, I want to do kind of like an elongated with 2 up and then elongate out to be the horns. So from the snout itself all the way along, bulge out towards where the ears and eyes and everything would be. And then have them continue up to be the horns that will curl in towards each other. And then for Meraxis, he gets the crown one there for him. Yeah. That'll be fun when we get to do that. Okay, a little too clean here. Okay. There's a center mark done. Alright. Time for the big ones. Oops, too much. Oh fuck! Woo! That went way overboard. Woo! Carve in deep. Then out. Nope. I tried to click grab and I messed up and didn't click the one thing, so you just deleted that. Whoopsie. I'll have that one. Like a bad spot where the claw maybe got pulled up a bit too much in the pull, so fine. Getting there. Sorry, I had to check on something. My foot. One of my little toesies. It's giving me some pain signals, and I was like, ow, why? I'll have to get the metal file out and work down the claws a bit, but that's okay. It is what it is. Happens. Okay, there's one side done. Alright, folks, you're listening to Wolverine FM. Tonight we have Wrecker Ball, Yalderskald, I fought the Damari, Loosing My Goothy, and lastly, Spaya Like Us. Stay tuned for more hits. That's all. You should have said, you are the Yalderskald. You are the dancing queen. Getting out the fucking things. My toesy is being weird. Die. That. Oh! One of those hit me in the face. How? The dangers when you try to trim a dragon's talons. I just tried to take off a little chip of it off of it because it was being weird. I took off the little chip and it went flying and smacked me right in the cheek. Just, ooh. I'm like, ugh. No. No, bad. No. Scruff up a little bit of the backside. What if we take a chunk out here? Take a chunk. And go ahead and carve that a chunk in there. Take a little bite. Take a little bite. You can get with this, so you can get with that. You can get with this. This is where it's at. That one's a little deep, but I'll keep it. Take a bite out there. Take a bite out here. Too deep. You're curved more. Alrighty. Okay. Is there any spot. I think I want to do this. Hold on. Hold on. This one I don't mind eyeballing it as much. What do you think, chat? You think shrinking it in a little bit was better for it? Yeah. I think it looks nicer that way. Looks off slightly here. Okay. Okay. There we go. I think that'll do. Merge everything together. Okay, first pass. Okay. All right. Speya Clawglyph. All right, now I should be able to come in here. Properties. There we go. Domari. Guthi. Hyalderskald. Wrecker. And the Speya. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, let me put in the thing here. Right. Summary of the half. Goofy of the crescent. I need to get these added into thing. Speya of the new moon. Yeah. I need to get these added now. Serb. Cool. Oh, thank you very much, Itiko. Wow. Good do, Scooch the Drugan. Here's more mins for rack 3. Thank you very much for that. $5, Itiko. It's highly appreciated. I'll put that in right now because we're about to wrap up the stream. As you can see above my head, we've got the Clawglyphs in. So let me add a Speya of the new moon. Cool. Right, and now bounties. Beep, up to 59. 59. Yeah, put that $10 in there, get 69, and say nice. Yeah, let me pull these up more. Yeah. I think the Clawglyphs are looking fantastic. These are the ones for each of the casts. So again, Yalderskald, Wrecker, Speya, Domari, and of course the Guthi. Guthi. Ugh, not Guth. Guthi. Ugh, hard to say. But that's Old Norse for you. Yeah. Now I've got to get those added to Obsidian. Hopefully it'll let us, I should say. Because I think that would be real neat. I think that would be real neat if we get that added. It'd be nice to just have what each of the marker indications are for them. Oh, well, there you go. $10 Minico the Tricky, thank you very much. I was interested in buying the Switch too, but the only game for it is Mario Kart. I may be a pro-racist, but I'm not that into racism to spend $800. Thank you very much for the $10, Itico. That brings Ratchet & Clank 3's bounty up to 69. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Anyways, chat, I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. It is greatly appreciated. Hopefully you guys enjoyed your time while we went through making the Clawglyphs for the 5 casts of the werewolves, aka the Wolverine, for what phase of the moon they're under. And again, for those that have the dual phase where they can be waxing or waning, so that would be the Yalderskald, the Domari, and the Guthi, they can just flip 180 degrees on their Clawglyph, and that represents either the waxing or the waning. Yeah. Till tomorrow, guys, where we will continue doing more work on the books. Only we'll probably do a lot more in Obsidian. Hopefully we can add, like, the icon in. That'd be very much fucking appreciated. I don't know if it'll let us or not, but hopefully we can. Yeah. In the meantime, though, bye-bye for now, everyone. Oh, shit. That was the yawn and a half. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.